Hi guys, what's up? Lalapolalaa is here. Continue on making this tutorial or basically a sharing session of me share with you guys how a lot of thing about coding in general. So for today's video, I'm gonna show you guys how to implement JWT, basically JSON Web Token, a token-based authentication for your system. So it's gonna be fairly simple, I think, but it's not as simple as what you gonna find if you Google it or go into YouTube and find other YouTubers share about this token-based authentication. So basically, I'm gonna show you the difference between what I'm doing here and what most of the YouTubers out there show you guys. But we're gonna go step by step. So basically, for those who don't know about uh, JSON Web Token or basically JYT itself is a token based authentication. So usually people will go for session kind of authentication, but for JYT we go for token based authentication, which basically we uh, improve the authentication itself, not just what you call as put all into one basket. It's not just uh, use session storage, but also we're gonna use token base also. So uh, like always, I'm gonna provide you guys with the uh, Git repositories for this project. Gonna Is gonna be on the description down below, and for those who wanna read, so I'm gonna also write a article or basically a blog post regarding this explanation about JYT, whether uh, it's a good option for you to go for or not, as compared to session authentication. So if you want to read that article, it's gonna be up maybe today uh, or uh, tomorrow morning. Let's see, but you can find that article on my own uh, LinkedIn profile, or basically you can just go to my own portfolio website. So that's gonna be this one is gonna be the Git repositories of this project folder, simple JYT out. So here you're gonna have this final version of the system and other thing. You can read it, the README, the prerequisite installing. But we're gonna go through all of this when we start to code. And back to the article, if you want to read about JYT, you can always go to my portfolio website, https lalapolalaa.newb.com /blog. So you go to the blog. So the latest one is getting started website of your own, but maybe by late evening or tomorrow morning, the latest one is going to be about token based authentication, basically JYT, specifically about JYT. So uh, that's all about introduction. So why don't we start coding now? Let's open the code, right? Okay, from here, what you guys need to do next is basically you guys need to git clone, right? So from here, just like always, copy this and go to whatever folder that you want to put your this project folder. So just do it, clone and paste the URL. But I already did mine, so I'm gonna skip that part. So basically from here, get inside your simple JYT authentication project folder, and right away start you're gonna have something that look like this, right? Put it in any folder that you want, and you're gonna have something like this. So the first thing that you guys need to do from here, if you guys want to see the final version of it, then go for it. But I don't think it will work since you guys don't have the not yet set up the database, basically all the requirement in the database, the data scheme or data model of the system, so it will not work. So just leave it at that. The final version of it just for your reference to see your code is working or not, which one did you did, what code that you do when you follow me, is it wrong, is it right, so you can refer to the final version of it. So just from here, open your readme.md first, double click, and basically you can open any kind of your choice, your coding editor. Mine, I'm using a Visual Code Studio right now. I've been using this for a long time, so you can use whatever you want to use, depends on you. So open readme. So from readme you can see, or you can read the readme from here also, you can go. So this one, I'm going to show you guys the implementation of token-based authentication, specifically with JWT. But I'm not going to explain to you guys what is token-based authentication, what is the difference between token-based and the usual session authentication. That's going to be on the, like I said earlier, I'm going to explain that on my article or my blog post, which I'm going to post this late evening or maybe tomorrow morning. So you can go there. You can find my blog post on my like I said earlier, on my own portfolio website. Is gonna be here. So the reason why you are here today is you want to know how to implement JYT. There's a bunch of way how to implement them. This is one of the way, and this is not the. I'm not going to say this is the most secure way, but this is how I know how to do it. Uh, if you follow me from before until right now, you know that this year is the year that I learned about JavaScript. So basically, I'm very new to JavaScript myself. I just started to learn about JavaScript early this year, and today is 5 of September. It's already 9 months. I'm into JavaScript right now, and right now I already learned a lot about JavaScript. The barebone of JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript, Node.js, MongoDB, anything about JavaScript. And right now I'm in the middle of learning React, React Web App, React Native, uh, much framework light of JavaScript right now. But for today, we are here to learn about how to implement JYT, or basically token-based authentication, which I already informed you guys. I'm not yet good with JavaScript. If you guys have any kind of suggestion or recommendation how I should implement this token-based authentication, then please do leave a comment in the section down below. Uh, or maybe even if you want to, I just leave a comment. I think that's gonna be okay. So let's get right into what's today's topic. So this is how we're going to implement JWT authentication. So this blah blah blah, you don't need to know this. For sure that you guys already install your code editor and know how to git clone, right? So what you guys need to do is go straight to the step-by-step guide. So from this step-by-step guide, it's going to be the uh, very in-depth guide what we have to do in order for to make this system, or basically this token-based system works. So so basically when we start coding, then we're going to refer our step-by-step guide and check whichever we able to do, right? So why don't we get back to our Visual Code Studio? So the first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna do a simple setup first, and then we're going to go for the complete setup, and then I'm gonna give reasons why we not all the way do the complete setup. I'm gonna give reason why once we start doing the simple setup first. So and then we're gonna go for the complete setup, and the last one we're gonna go for the secure setup. So why don't we start with the simple setup first? So from here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a new starter folder first. So inside your simple JYT auth new folder and name it starter, hit enter. Why don't we check this first? Okay, and then we need to create a model or data scheme. So basically our database, right? So first, before we do that, why don't we go to our uh, cloud mongodb.com. If you guys don't know how to set up this, you guys can search about that, about this, and how to uh, create your first database. So basically, from here, what you guys need to do, go into collection. Once you already create your cluster, go into your collection, and from here create database and name it as you like. I'm naming it as JYT auth, and collection name just have the same, and then you're gonna have something like that look like this, JYT auth. This not gonna be here. This not gonna be here actually, not yet, but you can have it. But why don't I create new one, right? So JYT auth 2, JYT auth 2. So I'm gonna create one. Get done. So you're gonna have something that look like this. JYT auth 2. This is your document. Nothing in it. So uh, next, what we're gonna do is we're gonna create our as what create our model or data scheme. So in order for us to create, we need to create. If you don't know how, at this point, I know that you guys know. I already told you guys before. I'm gonna use in this particular series. I'm gonna particular project. I'm gonna use vanilla JavaScript also together with backend Node.js. So in here, I'm gonna show you guys how to do that. So in starter file, now we're gonna create first our. We're gonna have to create our Node.js backend first, right? So before anything else, put inside your starter file folder, sorry folder, and then we're gonna do npm init. What they saying? Oh, package name. Just hit enter, 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 and name, enter, yes, enter. Lah. And then you're gonna have your package edition JSON. So next thing that we need to do is install our dependencies. So the dependencies that we're going to use in this particular project, the first one is b bcrypt js. This one is for hashing the password, hashing the password. So the second one is going to be cause, third one going to be .env. Uh, then we're going to use the JavaScript templating EJS, and of course not to forget our Express, and also the topic of the day JSON Web Token and Mongoose, and also notmon. Hit enter. Wait it until it's finished. Install all the dependencies. So go back to our README. So we need to create our model or data scheme, right? So we already have our package JSON. So inside our starter folder, let's create a new folder and we name it as model. Hit enter. And then inside here, we're gonna create a JS file, obviously our data scheme. Just name it anything you want. I'm just gonna say all.js. Hit enter. So inside of here, we're gonna create our uh, data scheme for our database. So first, we need to import Mongoose dependencies. So require Mongoose, and then why don't we just Mongoose, and then we're gonna create our data scheme. So our data scheme gonna be constant all scheme, constant all schema is gonna be new dot mongoose dot schema. This is how you basically create a data scheme for your MongoDB. You can search it online how to create this, but in this video I'm gonna all this is not the main topic of the video, so I'm gonna show just go through this uh, easy way, right? So inside of here we're gonna have a user credential. So this is gonna be credentials, and we're gonna have users email. So email is gonna be type. Oh, sorry, it's gonna be type string, and also it's gonna be required equal to true, and minimum should be 6. And we also gonna have for that just put comma with users password. Yeah. Then this one password should be the same type string. Just copy the one that we have above here. Okay. And also we're gonna have users uh, token blacklist. Users token blacklist. This is basically a array of document that going to store the record of uh, access token, refresh token, so the status of the token itself. So we're gonna name this a blacklist. Okay, the first one is the access token. This is gonna be access token. Uh, Type also gonna be string, and required equal to true. So I'm just gonna copy all this. Copy. Same. This is gonna be refresh token. Refresh token. And next gonna be status. Status token. Type gonna be this one should be number. And we're gonna put a default for it. Default is gonna be 0. The last one gonna be uh date and time. Date and time of token creation. So this gonna be last update. Type string required true. Okay. The last thing that we're gonna have is data we're gonna export this model. Export. So module dot export equal to mongoose dot model parentheses, call the model as all schema. Save. Okay, once we've done that, go back to our readme, and then it's also done. Next, we need to create a new user, blah 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 blah. This one. So in order for us to do that one, next what we're gonna should do is create our server.js, right? So in our, we need to start our basically start our system, our Node.js. So this is going to be the main JavaScript that's going to run our Node.js. So first we're going to import dependencies. Let me make this dependencies, and also we're gonna have global middlewares, if I can spell it right, and we're gonna have routes, middleware, and lastly we're gonna have database connection and server startup. So for our dependencies, the first one gonna be express. So constant express equal to require express, and then constant app equal to express. Next gonna be cost constant, if I can spell it right, cost equal to require cost, and app cost, and also we have dot e and v. So constant dot e and v equal to require dot e and v, then dot e and v dot config. And not to forget our mongoose, our database. Mongoose equal to, should spell it right, require mongoose, and lastly is our routes. So we're gonna have two routes, but right now I think I'm gonna leave it blank for now. For our global middleware, we're gonna have EJS, our JavaScript templating. So app.set is gonna be view engine and EJS. Then we're gonna have course set up for us, app.use course, and also we're gonna have a JSON body parser. So this JSON body parser, we're gonna have two JSON body parser. One is for handling fetch call, normal fetch call, and the other one for handling because we use EJS, then we just need the other one. URL coded one, that extended equal to for, and routes middleware. So for our route middleware, I'm gonna leave it blank for now. So our mongoose, we're gonna connect our database. Spell it right. Mongoose connect. So this is going to be process.env.db underscore connect, and the one below is the to handle the application warning. So I'm just gonna copy one here. Yeah, I'm gonna show you why I put this, but for now, uh, just leave it at this. So if the connection is successful, then what we're gonna do is console log. We're gonna successfully connected to database. Okay, and also we're going to start our server. Process.env.auth equal or 3000, and then we're going to console log. Server is up running at port 3000. Save, and also we need to have to catch the error. It's console log. Console.log error. Okay. So the next thing that we're gonna need to do is to create new file .env file to store our port. Gonna be 3000, and also our db underscore connect equal to, oops, sorry. This one should be inside of here. I already show you guys this. Click and connect your application. Just copy over here, go back, paste it over here, and then what you guys need to change is your db name. Should be JWTAuth2 that you just create with me just now. We have this JWTAuth2, and then this is going to be your username, and also this is going to be your password. So change it to your password, your username. So once you did all that, what's left to do is yeah, we should do npm start, but we didn't yet create that command. So go to your package.json and put uh, not mon server.js. Hit save, go back to your server, and then npm start. If you got something like this, then that means it's working. So voila. And like I said earlier, if you don't put this, you're gonna have this deprecation warning. So it's gonna ask you to put the URI parser to true, and also the unified topology to true. So basically that's why I put this dependencies over here, just to make sure that I don't have this deprecation warning. But even though they give you these warnings, you don't have to worry a thing. It's not going to affect your system at all. It's just a deprecation warning. But this is how we set up first our server. So go back to README. We need to create new server, right? And then we're gonna check if the request been sent, check email already exists or not, hash the password, save the new password into the DB. So and then we're going to log in. So we're gonna need to do this first. So from server.js, next thing that we're gonna need to do in our starter folder, we're gonna create a new folder and name it as route. So in route, what we're gonna do is new file. You're gonna name it as auth.js. So inside of here, and the same thing that we're gonna do. Why don't we copy these dependencies and just gonna do something that dependencies copy, and then we're gonna have route, and also we're gonna have route and spot, right? So why don't I just do that first before I forgot about it? Spot equal to router. So dependencies up here. Now we're gonna create a new. We're going to try to register a new user first. Uh, so inside our auth right now, dependencies. What we need here is constant router equal to require express a router, and we also need mongoose. Mongoose should express. You also need mongoose. Mongoose equal to require. I don't think we need to specify mongoose again, right? Yeah, because we already specify it in our server, so we don't need to specify it here anymore. So we're gonna straight call our model, which is all. So constant all equal to require models all, and next we're gonna call our JYT, our JSON web token, constant JYT, or just JYT equal to require JSON web token, and not to forget also our bcrypt .js uh, uh, password hashing. Oh, so constant bcrypt bcrypt equal to require oops bcrypt.js. It's safe, and then in our routes we're gonna have our first route, basically our register post router. So this one gonna be router dot post. This is gonna be register request respond. I'm just gonna put async over here just to make it easy. Register. So why don't we go and try to console log it first, just to make sure the connection or basically the URL is working on. For register post router. Save. Or why not we just rest dot JSON. Then message save, and go back to your server, and then we need to create our route. So our route gonna be constant dot auth route equal to require. No, we don't need that. To require starter folder, of course, our route auth, right? And go to your routes middleware. Then the middleware, this is gonna be our auth route. App.use auth route save. So for our simple setup right now, we are in here, but we didn't yet do anything for this over here right now. We just want to see whether this connection for auth router is working or not. So we're gonna use Postman for this. I'm gonna check this auth router register, right? Register. It should give us register post router send. Yep, meaning that the connection is working. So from here, what we're gonna need to do is to create a new user. Create a user, basically, we need their email and password, right? So, and we're gonna need to hash the password, also save it into the. So inside of here, what we're gonna need to do next is number one, we're gonna do no data in request.body. We're gonna throw error. And second thing we're gonna do, we're gonna check email. Check if email already exists. And then if yes, then we're gonna throw an error. Or number three, we're gonna hash password with b crypt password, and then next number four, we're gonna create new user. Number five, we're gonna save new. We're gonna save new user in DB. So that's the step that we're gonna have in here. So if no data request, so basically what we're gonna do here is gonna check if not request dot body. Basically, if it's empty, then we're gonna do rest dot JSON. Gonna have message of oops, and we're gonna have message of oops, my bad. No credential send. Simple as that. And then check email if already exists. So we're gonna constant dot email exists equal to wait. That's why I put a sing over here. because we basically going to use a with. We are dealing with database, so we have to use a with. So we're going to find one where the email is credential. If you remember, we have credential the email request dot body dot email. If you remember, we create our data scheme. We have object of credential with inside the object we have email, right? So that's why I did it like this. Credential dot email. Compare that. So if yes, if email already exists, so meaning if we do find the same email, then basically we need to return an error, right? So res dot JSON, we're gonna send a message of email already cease exclamation mark. So the third one, we're gonna hash the password. So the way we hash the password with bcrypt, we're going to create the salt first with bcrypt dot, we're going to generate the salt of 10, and then we're gonna hash password equal to with again bcrypt dot hash. This is a combination of our request body, the password with our salt. Okay, once we have that, we're gonna create a new user. Constant user equal to new all. One is open that, and then inside of here our credential, our email gonna be request dot body dot email, and our password gonna be our hash password. Hash hashed password. And then we're gonna save our news in DB. So basically we're gonna use try and catch. Try constant save new user equal to wait user dot save, and then we're gonna do rest dot JSON message user says fully fully save. If not, we're going to catch. We're going to catch error rest.json message equal to unsuccessfully save new user save. That should work. Okay. We got an error right now. Connection timeout. Let me check first. Okay. I think we still need to import mongoose. Mongoose constant dot mongoose mongoose equal to require mongoose. Let me see first. Okay, I found out what the problem is. So like I said earlier, we don't need to declare again this mongoose. Doesn't change anything. Basically, what happened just now, we cannot compile it because it gave a warning or basically an error because of our uh, database that we have right here. Sometimes when you connect to MongoDB or basically using Mongoose, and you use this cloud.mongodb.com, sometimes this server or website, uh, it sometimes it crash. So that's why you give the error that we have just now. So in order to make the errors go away, you just need to go back to this page and just hit refresh until the page recover itself. If not, it will give you server connection, unable to connect to the server, something like that. But since it can refresh and trying to retrieve the list of database and collection, meaning that it's actually working right now. So basically, if you hit save and then voila, everything gonna uh, be alright. So why don't we move to the why don't we try to register our new user, new credential. So let's just open Postman and then we go to post and then it should be localhost uh, 3000. We are using localhost 3000 and then our URL is supposed to be auth register. Okay, go to body raw and choose JSON. So instead of it, we're going to send two things. Our preferred email that we want to register. So this one I'm going to put any email at gmail.com. And the second thing is our password. So this is going to be password 123. Or it could be anything that you want. Depends on you. So basically, if we hit send, this button send, we expecting to receive this message: user successfully saved instead of unsuccessfully saved new user, right? If we receive this message, then meaning that we successfully able to save the new user data. So let's try it now. Hit send. Yep. Luckily everything works fine. So from here, we already able to create new user. So come back to your MongoDB account, your database basically. Go to all. Oh, before that, you can see that we have all collection and also JWT auth too. So WT auth ni, we can delete them. Basically. Just delete it because we don't use it. We just use all. Okay, come inside all. Yep, this is our credential that we just uh, registered just now. So this is our email, any email at gmail.com, and also this is our password that have been hashed using bcrypt jazz. So that's so we are done with register new user. So go back to our README. So creating new user, we done that. So put everything inside of here. We already done hash the password, save new user. Okay, what the next thing that we need to do is trying to log as a new user. So we need to check user email assistant if email already exists, then throw an error. And we also need to check if the password match. If not match, then we're gonna throw an error. And we're also gonna generate access token with an expiration time. Refresh token also, but refresh token is without expiration time. Then we're gonna save the access token and refresh token into our DB. If successful, then we're gonna go to the home page. Since we're gonna go to the home page, that we need to create a home get route, and also with token verification to verify the access token that we just assign to the new user upon login. And then the token verification, and of course we need to verify the token. So then we need to create a function to handle the verification of the token, right? So if the uh, we if we yeah, if we don't able to save, then we're gonna throw an error also. That's gonna complete our simple setup. So why don't we start doing the code? So the next thing that we need to do is basically our login route, right? So next we're gonna create our login post router. So for our login post router, this is gonna be fairly simple. We already review our README. So from our README, we already know what things that need to be done in here, right? Res on. So first thing that we're gonna do inside of here is we're gonna check email assistant, and then next we're gonna check password match, password matching, and then we're gonna basically assign token to new to login user, right? And that would be access token and also our refresh token. Yep. And then the fourth thing that we need to do, basically save all tokens in DB. Last but not least, we're gonna redirect user to homepage. Then that's gonna be our list. So the first one, we're gonna check email. So we're gonna constant user credential equal to wait all dot, find one based on credentials dot email, since we're gonna check the email. So request on dot body dot email. Basically, actually we can do this first, right? If no data request for this, we don't need to throw an error, but I don't think that we need that one. But anyhow, if you want to do it, then surely you can do it. Why not, right? I think, why don't we just do it then? Just copy this one. So this one is basically we're going to check whether uh there is data or not being thrown. So this is gonna be the same. So why not just put this as 0? And then we're gonna check the email assistant. So email assistant blah blah. So if basically if uh, email match, throw error if email already these. So this one we're gonna throw an error. So if not user credential, no, not already exists, not exists. Yeah, user want to log in, so basically that user to register need to be a registered user first before they can log in. So if the email that we're trying to find is not there in our database, and then we're going to throw error. So res.json, then we're going to send a message of email doesn't exist. Okay. See you. We need to use backticks. Mail doesn't exist. Okay, space. Then we're gonna need to check password matching. Constant valid password equal to wait. Then we're gonna use bcrypt compare. So we're gonna compare the password that we get from the request.body, basically a password that the user key in when they try to log in, with our password inside database, which we able to get from our user credential that we just do up here. So user credentials or credentials dot password. Okay, and then we're gonna throw an error if password uh, does not match. This should be not exist. So we're gonna have an error. If it's not a valid password, then we're gonna return res.json message invalid password. Make sure you set the password. Okay. And next we're going to assign token to login user. So basically we're going to read access token equal to a JWT dot sign this if you using a if you want to use a JWT, you able to combine uh, any kind of data or payload that you want to combine with your secret key. So basically from here JWT.sign we're gonna combine two things, the ID of the user itself, credential dot underscore ID, also with the process dot env dot secret key. Process dot env dot secret key. Oh wait, my bad. This should be outside this secret key. And last one should be the expire in we're gonna try it to be expire in 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Okay. The same thing that we're gonna do for our refresh token, except refresh token we don't need to put the expiration time. So this one is without expiration time. Okay. This should be refresh token, and then we can save our token all inside our database. ID. Again, if you guys find it weird, what is what I'm trying to do here, it's because maybe you don't know, you don't use MongoDB as your choice of database. So this is a way, the way you do. There's a bunch of way you can save data into your database, but this is how I usually did mine. Since I fairly new to this, I'm kind of fairly new to this, what you call it, uh, Node.js as well. Since I just learned JavaScript early this year, so basically this is gonna be very new to me. So status, we're gonna put as 0 by default, and also last update. If you remember our all the JS, this is our blacklist. This is what we're trying to save right now: access token, refresh token, status, and also last update. So last update gonna be in terms of date and time. So why don't we create that first? So date, time equal to new date, something like that. And then here should be date, time dot to UTC string. Yep. And then constant options equal to, oh my bad, should be like this. Should be upset equal to true, and also new equal to true. Then we're gonna call all update one. So instead of here, we're gonna call all query. We're gonna call update, and also we're gonna call options. Okay. And then we're gonna use we're gonna do promises response, which this one is where we redirect to home page, right? Oh, this one we redirect to home page. So basically we're going to return rest or redirect to home page, but we're gonna also send the access token as the query. So this is gonna be something that this access token query, and then don't forget to catch gonna be error rest.json. So this one we're gonna send a message of uh, trouble and saving tokens into DB DB. And then we're gonna send an error equal to error save. Once that, okay. Oh, I don't for now. We're gonna check whether we able to update or basically save the data, all data here, and also whether we try to comment this first. We just gonna return rest.json. We're gonna do like message going to homepage, something like that. For right now only. And we're also gonna uh, get the access token equal to access token, something like that. So why don't we try it now? It's safe. And then we're going to go to our Postman again. So instead of registering, so copy this, copy, open another one, and then we go to post. It should be off, just off, right? If you want to register, then auth/register. So if you want to log in, then just off slash. Okay. Why don't we try it now? So this one is basically the same thing. We got raw JSON, and this one basically the same thing. So why don't we copy this, that what we have over here, copy, and we paste it here. And why don't we change just a little bit, just to see whether it's working or not. Send email doesn't exist. Yeah, it's working. So email, if I can spell it right. So here, try invalid password. Yeah, it's true. Invalid password. So when we try to hit send, it should give us going to homepage, and also access token. It should give us this both message and also access token value. Okay, now we get some error. Let's just see what error secret or private key must have value. Oh, okay, we didn't yet store the secret key over here, right? So let's copy that and then open your .env, and then inside your .env just paste the secret key. You can just put any uh, any secret key that you want. Hit save and then try to run it again. Okay, this time why don't we try to run it again. Okay, voila. It seems that we able to do it. Going to homepage and we also receive the access token. So open your database and see whether in this blacklist do we really able to save it in our database. Yep, we have it here. Our access token, refresh token, and also our last update. And also our status. So basically we're able to save into our database. So okay, then the next thing that we need to do, why don't we go back to our readme. This one already done, done. 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 If successful, go to home page and create need done. Create home get route with token verification and also create token verification function. So we need to do these two right now. So basically from here, we're going to go back to uh, access token. We're going to redirect to access token. So the next thing that we need to do is create home get route. So this one, auth.js, is basically our extension of /auth, right? So since we want to go to the home page, so home page usually is going to be like HTTP whatever domain. Then there's no slash happen here. It's supposed to be like this, right? So basically, our get is supposed to be like localhost. It wasn't supposed to be like this. It's supposed to be like just this, right? From dot get. And then if we hit send, then it will not find anything since we don't yet create that route. So for our home, then what we need to do is go to your route folder and then create a new file. So we're gonna name that file home.js. Okay, hit save. And then for our home.js, it's gonna be fairly simple. From out, we're gonna copy all of this. Up here, everything should be the same. I don't think that we need this. We don't need that. Or do we need JSON? No, I don't think that we don't need that also. Express, we do need express model, so we need. Okay, that's all, and also we need routes, but we don't need this. We just need one, right? So this supposed to be home get route. So this is supposed to be get, just this, and inside of here should be blank. So why don't we just go and rest.json just to try it out to see whether it's working or not. Message equal to you. Okay. You are in home page. Save. And then we try to log in again. Go back to our post and we try to log in again. Okay. Get some error over here. Why don't we check back? Oh, okay. We do already create the home.js, but we not currently connect our routes, right? So go back to your server.js, your main JavaScript. So this one should be home route, and this one should be home, right? And we need to add another global route middleware. So this should be just slash, and this should be a home, and this one should be home. Okay. Now it should working. Yep, you are in home page. So we know for sure that our home.js is working right now. So the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna, this one we already create. Next thing that we need to create token verification function. So we need to verify if we trying to get into homepage right now. Let's say we're trying to get to homepage even without login. Let's say if I just Right now we're trying to go using login, using our credential, right? If we hit send, then it's gonna bring us to the homepage. You are in homepage. But if we straight away go to localhost.3000, then it's gonna work as well. You are in homepage. That's not what's supposed to. That is what we are trying to block, right? If you have something like that, that means that our authentication is not working, right? People user are unsupposed to be able to go to the homepage without uh, login first. So you need to log in first. After login, then you are able to access any kind of data inside the website itself. So basically, that's what we're gonna do with our token-based authentication. So basically, from here, before we can go into homepage, why don't we go to the right way for you to insert basically before user can basically run whatever inside in here, inside of this router, HomeKit router, we can actually introduce uh, what you call as a middle function, where we'll go through that function first, and then if it's successful go through that function, then it's going to go through here, what is in here. So the way to do that is to declare it in here. So we're going to verify user, which that verify user we're going to create that. So this one is going to be verification. So we're going to constant verify user. So why don't we create the verify user? Why don't we create the verification function first? So in your starter file, your main starter file, right click, you create new folder and call it as controllers. So inside those controller, create new folder, new file, name it as verification.js. So inside your verification.js, what you're gonna do next is same. We're gonna import the dependencies, and also we're going to export. So export is gonna be module dot export equal to whatever it is inside of here. So this is going to be verify user. So we're going to create verify user. But before that, let me import the dependencies first. So the first thing that we need to import is JWT. So constant JWT equal to require JWT save, and then this is gonna be, oops, my bad. This is gonna be functions, if I can spell it right. So the function gonna be function verify user request respond and also next. If you don't put next, then it's not gonna work. So make sure you put next. So the first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna declare that assign the access token that we get. The access token that we get is from query form, right? Access token. This basically that we get is from our auth, if you can remember. this one over here. We redirect to the home page. This one we redirect to the home page where we also passing the query of access token. So this query gonna go through this home page over here. Let me just create this. So this one gonna be controllers and also verification. The verify user. So this one, what happened here is you're gonna get the actually basically you basically will get your request dot query dot access token access token like this, right? But since you specifies the function over here, then it will run this function first before it will run anything inside of here. So basically, this request query access token actually uh, is available to this verify user function also. So verify user, what is the error under here? Can find module JYT. Yeah, of course you can't find module because it's not JYT, it's JSON web token. Yeah, now it's gonna work. Okay, that's why we assign this access token from the query access token that we get, right? So next we're going to what do I write first, right? I write a step first. Assign uh, assign access token, assign access token, and then uh we're gonna do if no access token retrieve. You can spell it right, retrieve, then throw error. So if not access token, then we're going to return rest dot JSON. Oh, rest dot JSON. Gonna be message should be access denied. Meaning that if you don't have access token, then you don't have the ability to go inside the home page. So if you do have access token, then this one is if have. If don't have. If have. If do have access token, then if we do have access token, then we're going to verify the access token first. So we're going to verify access token. The way we're going to verify this constant verified equal to JWT dot verify. We're going to verify the access token that we have up here with the process dot env, the secret key that we just create. Secret key verified process env, the secret key. What happened right now? Missing catch or okay, I know. So go back. Yep, secret key. Then catch. It should be error. This one also we're gonna return rest.json. Rest.json. Before that, since we have next, we need to use that next. So request dot is it equal to verified file file. Then we're gonna call next. If you don't call next, then it will not basically go back to the homepage and continue on running this code if you don't specify the next. So this one is here. Basically, you don't need to do this. You can just leave it as something like this, but I don't know, just use it. Makes more sense. So basically, this one we're going to do rest.json, and we're going to give a message of invalid token. If they do have token, but the token already expired, then it's gonna return us invalid token. So hit save, and then why don't we try this now? So we know that for sure. After we get inside, we go to the homepage, redirect the homepage from the login. Then it's gonna run this verify user first. So basically, you're gonna run this first. We're going to check if there is access token. If no access token, there's going to be access denied. So, and if there is access token, then what we're gonna do is next is we're going to verify the access token to see whether the token uh, is actually uh, still active or not, or already expired. If it do if it's still active, then it's gonna go next, gonna go back to the homepage and run. It's gonna give you are in homepage. But if the token not active not active basically expired, then it's going to give us invalid token instead of running UI in homepage. So why don't we try all those three? So basically, we're going to try to see whether we're going to get this UI in homepage, and also we're going to see access denied, and also we're going to try to see invalid token. So let's go back to our post. If we go to auth and then we try to log in, yeah, we're able to get UI in homepage. You can see that we are also printing token under our here, right? Because in our homepage, we asked to print this token. So why don't we copy this token that we have over here? Copy, and then we go back to home. No, we go back to no, we go back to Postman, and then why don't we try to get? Why don't we try to see whether we can get inside the homepage even without trying to log in first? SS denied. Yeah, because we didn't have the token, right? If you can remember, this token that we have right here under here, it's basically alive for only 10 seconds, right? So basically right now, that token already expired. So why don't we uh, try to get inside the homepage? Uh, we know for sure that if we go to this URL over here, and we also specify the token, and then we give the token that we have over here and see whether we can get inside or not. Invalid token. Why invalid token? Because that token already expired just for 10 seconds. So that's why we get invalid token. So that's how it works. So if you want to see, okay, let's say instead of 10 seconds, we give it for maybe 1 minute, so 60 seconds, or maybe for 300 seconds for 5 minutes. So let's say we have a token that live for 5 minutes, right? So why don't we just try to log in? Okay, Then we're gonna get a new access token, copy. So if we try to get inside in here, how do we try enter? It's gonna be access denied, of course. But if we specify the token, give the token, send, you are in homepage. The reason is because they did not give us the invalid token because our token is still at, it's not expired yet. After 5 minutes, then it's going to be expired. Then it's going to give us invalid token again. So that's how it works. Let's get back to our README.md. So basically, we able to create function. If not successful, then it's gonna throw error also. So we already complete the simple setup. So basically, around this time right now it's already took like almost 1 hour and a half or more than 1 hour and a half doing this simple setup. The reason why I split simple setup, complete setup, and also secure setup is because most of the YouTubers out there or people that give tutorial, they only give you basically show you the implementation of token base using the JWT authentication. This simple setup, just using this simple setup. So basically, they just going to show you guys how to set up your backend from the Node.js and try to communicate with uh, just Postman. But with only these two kind of connection or setup, it's not going to give you a whole view or basically how JYT or token base works. So this is where uh, this complete setup we're gonna do next. So basically, what you can know right now, you can basically find right now that with the help of JYT or token based authentication, basically from the payload itself, uh, from auth, if you see when we try to create JYT the sign, basically we create the payload itself. Inside of here, this is an object. It could be anything inside it. If you want to put sensitive data, depends on you. If you want to put non-sensitive data, depends on you also. But this is how we create the token basically, and we can also specify when it's going to be expired. 300 seconds will be 5 minutes, or you can say 1 day, or you can say 24 hours. Depends on you how you want to create them. But if you see just only from here, you don't see the use of refresh token. Then when where in this simple basically simple setup, where am I going for with refresh token? You don't see that. Where am I going for with the status that we have whenever we save a new data in our blacklist? What does this mean? What does this mean? So that's going to be in our complete setup. That's why I basically separate these two in order for you, in order to tell you guys that, and also in order to show you guys what is the difference between when you try to teach someone or share someone knowledge or information. You just show them the simple way of doing things. But most of the people, or someone like me who trying to learn about JavaScript, and we want to learn something that very in depth, or it's not like we want to touch the surface of the programming language itself. We want to dive into the language and see how we from there we want to see and try and do all the things, all experiment that we can do with the code itself, right? So that's what I'm gonna share with you guys in this video. uh, I think this simple setup is gonna be our part one from now. So if you want to rest, take some time, and then we're going to go straight into our part two. It's going to be the complete setup. Okay, let us get into the second part of the coding, which is the complete setup. So we're going to go, okay, we missed something here. So we're going to go straight into the complete setup. So why don't we have a look what we're going to do here. So basically we're going to create login page. Okay, we're going to create login get route, alter home get route to render home page. So right now we don't render home page. Right now we just rest JSON. So we're going to render home page. So if you're going to render home page, then we need to create the home page itself. And then inside the home page, we're going to store the access token in local storage. And also we're going to set up logout button, create post route for logout button. We're going to verify access token. If successful, when token is still valid, then we're going to use the user ID to confirm logout. If not successful, meaning that when access token is not valid, meaning if it's not valid, like I said earlier, meaning that it's already expired, then we're going to use access token to confirm logout. Next, we're going to handle token access denied. It's going to be a long, but anyhow, why don't we try to complete this first part of the complete setup first, right? So before we do anything else, why don't we go back to our database right now? We already logged in like a bunch of times, right? So I think our blacklist, yeah, we already tried to log in like 6 times already. So why don't we delete the data that we have in here first? Delete. Oh no, not this one. Until the file, to the fifth ones and update. Just delete it. Because from this moment on it's gonna be a lot messier. Go back to our auth. So inside our auth over here, just change this back to 5 seconds. Okay. So from our README, we need to create a login page. So we need to create a login page, right? So if we go back to server.js, we already set up our EJS. So this is how, this is where JavaScript template EJS came. So inside our starter folder, and we're gonna create a new folder and we're gonna name it as views. So inside views, we're gonna create a new file, and that file gonna be auth. And no, it's not file. We're gonna create a new folder, and that folder gonna be auth. Okay, and then in that folder, we're gonna create a file, and that file gonna name as login.ejs. So for login.ejs, what we're gonna do next is we're gonna create, just use normal JavaScript boilerplate. We're gonna create the home page. No, not the home page, the login page. So what we're gonna do here? So it's gonna div, uh, we're gonna have h2 of class heading to, this one we're gonna say login and span page, something like that. And we're also gonna have copy the, insert your credential below. It's save, and then we're gonna do form, which gonna be post action should be auth, right? Login. Our login should be just slash. So this slash is from auth. So that's there. So our form should be, we're gonna create div below. No, no. We're gonna create div, and then we're gonna create input of type email, and name should be email. Placeholder should be username, and then should be required, right? Copy this, and then we should have password. Name should be password, and email should be password. Save, and we're also gonna have button type submit, but we're also gonna create a class of login. Save. So in order for us to make it easier, why don't we compete 3000? It says denied. The reason is because in order to make it easier, we go back to home.js. Why don't for now uh, we ditch this for now and comment this for now. In order for us to see the home much easier, right? Okay, okay. Why? Why is it still? Let me think. Let me think, guys. Let me think. Let me think, guys. Let me think. Localhost dot 3000. Oh, okay. It should be auth, right? Am I stupid or what? I don't know why. What the hell, man? So it should be auth, right? Enter, enter. Cannot get auth. Yeah, of course. Of course, it cannot get auth because we didn't yet. After we create the page, we should create the login get route, right? So get login post route. So we're going to create here above the post route, get route. So router dot get dot should be just slash and sing rest, not request rest space. Then this one we should render rest dot render rest dot render. Then we're going to render auth slash login. Is our auth view auth folder, right? So on the login.js, it's safe. Should be working right now. Yeah. Now we have it. Okay, why the hell the button is like that? Okay, just okay, my bad. So we're going to say login. Okay, why don't we style it a little bit, since it look uh, like shit right now. So we're gonna have all, we're gonna do position relative, and then we're gonna do height minimum height of 100 ph, and also we're gonna do display flags. So we're gonna do flags flow, should be a column, and we're gonna justify content center. We're gonna align item also center. Save. Okay, the button look ugly. So next, we're gonna do the heading. Yeah, the login page heading look ugly. And we're gonna do heading 2. So heading 2 gonna be, we're gonna give padding of 0. Why don't we give margin of 0 too? You can see that the padding and the margin for login page form is below. It's too much space over here, right? So that's why I do padding 0, margin 0. But you know what? I don't know much about CSS, SCSS. I do learn about them this year also, but that's not my strong point, because I don't have the, what you call it, the art uh, in me to know how, which one is look good and which one is not. Okay, that's look a little bit nice. So, and also we're going to color the span. I think I'm gonna color this one as 0.95 FF. And of course, I didn't know the color. I'm actually referring to my final version of the, the code, right? So the P, what's we gonna do the PP? We're gonna give a position of relative, and we're gonna do margin 0. Okay. And then we're gonna do form. So that form, you're gonna position relative also. We're gonna display flags again, and then we're gonna do flags flow. Should be column, upside down. Line item also gonna be center, and since since it's too close, then I'm gonna put margin top of PX. Okay, that's look more good. Then for our button login, position gonna be relative, and then we're gonna do color, gonna do white, font weight, I'm gonna do 600, margin top, I'm gonna do px, padding, I'm gonna do 5px top and down, while 12px left and right. And then border should be transparent. I don't want any border. Border radius, border radius should be 5px. And background color should be 0077. No. Should be 0077 cc. And we're gonna do transition also. Transition gonna be all 0.5 seconds is and out. That means we're also gonna do again over for the button. Over, we're gonna do cursor pointer, course, and background color. Why doesn't it come up? Background color of 0095. Transition again. Transition gonna be all 0.5 second. Is out. Save. Okay, that looks much better. Done. So we've done that. Go to README, create login page, then create login get, then alter home, get home get route to render home page. So home. So instead of doing this, right? So basically, we're gonna comment this one. Instead of doing this, we're going to render uh, render home, right? Something like that. Render home, but we don't have home. So in views, we're gonna create a new file and call it as home.ejs. Enter. So for home.ejs, what we're gonna do here? I think we're gonna do something simple here. In body, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna do div maybe all class again. Inside of here, we're gonna do h1. Welcome to the home page. And what else? What else should we do in here? Create homepage, store access token in local storage, set up logout button. Okay, so we need the button. We need button. So I think instead of doing button, I'm gonna do just div with ID of logout. ID of logout. Then ID of logout, and this should be logout, something like that. And I also need to store access token in local storage. So below here gonna be custom script. The script, this one going to create and store token and status local in local storage. So we're going to store two things: access token and also status. So basically, we're going to have an object that have two values in it. Set item should be, gonna name this as user session. JSON dot stringify the first one gonna be our access token, should be equal to our access token, and the second thing should be status, should be equal to 1. Save. Okay, but we need to send the access token from the home get route. So this, we should send our access token, go to request dot query dot access token, right? Oh, this should be inside. curly braces. Yep, something like that. Why don't we see for now? Why don't we see first for now? Okay, this is our home login page. So why don't I just open here? So right now we don't have local storage. So basically, once we get into our home page, then we're gonna see this welcome to the home page, and we're also gonna see the button of ID. Why don't I just style it? I think I need to style it first. Style be very fairly simple. I think position relative, so minimum height, so 100 pH, and also display should be flex flow should be column, so justify content should be center, line item also should be center. Next, log out, the log out button, of course. Position should be relative, and text. Transform should be uppercase. Padding should be px to 13 px maybe. Color gonna be hashtag ECFFB. And background color gonna be FF 5959, gonna be red. And cursor should be pointer. Okay, since I do need to make this logout, I don't sure. We already altered the get home page, and we also create the home page and store the local storage. Set up logout button. We didn't yet set up the logout button. This one is not a button yet, right? So I need to do the JavaScript part. Maybe using the add event listener of click to make it to be a logout button. Why not? We try to see first. So once we log in, what we should be able to see is welcome to homepage, the logout button, and also in our console log over here, we can console log the local storage. We should have the access token also status of 1. So why don't email any password? Yep. Welcome to homepage, local storage. Yeah. And if you guys remember, we have the access token expired in 5 seconds, right? So if I click on refresh, it's going to be invalid token, as you can see, because it's only alive for 5 seconds. So go back to homepage. Okay, then what we need to do next is to complete our logout. Set up logout button, create a post route for logout button, verify access token, all this stuff over here. So the way we can do that is basically this one is if user click on logout button, logout button. So we're gonna do a fetch call, fetch to auth, auth, and also logout. And inside of here, what we're gonna do, of course, the method gonna be post and our body gonna be uh and JSON dot stringify data, where data inside of here should be access token. We're gonna send our access token equal to JSON dot path uh, local storage dot get item user session dot access token. Okay, then next we're going to have headers of uh, content type of application. That's JSON. Application slash JSON. So that's that. And we also need to then inside of here should be rest.json, something like this, and there should be data equal to where we going first. Basically uh, if user login and if they hit logout, then they're gonna go to this fetch logout. From this fetch logout, we're going to update the uh, the info for the blacklist. If status of 0, meaning that the user is still not logged out. User is still not logged out. If there's that, so basically, uh, the reason why we go to fetch logout in order for us to change this status to become 1 to make sure the user or the access or the refresh token that comes with it it's confirmed as logout. So basically, if and then it's going to return if there's no problem, everything works just fine. Then the first thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna kill all tokens in local storage. So basically, we're going to empty the local storage in the browser. Then the second thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna set the login path, and the third thing should be redirect back. Redirect user back to login page. Login page. So this one, the easiest way for us to do is local storage. Then we're going to clear all data. And this one login URL should be just auth and redirect user back. Then window dot location dot replace. Then this is gonna be login URL. Save. If something false happen, then it should be something. It's just gonna console dot log dot log the error. Or and you can console uh, something like that. Okay, why don't we try to see whether it's working or not? But before that, we need to create this auth logout uh, route, post route, right? So go to back to auth. From here, what we're gonna need to do is do the logout. So this one should be logout logout post route. So router dot post per bracket should be logout sync request response. And then the first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna to verify uh JWT token and get a user ID, something like that. So next thing that we're gonna do is if if it's written verify equal to unsuccessful, then what we're gonna do is then use access token to confirm logout. If verify equal to successful or else, then I use, what should I use? Yeah, I should use user ID, right? I should use user dot underscore ID and access token to confirm logout, something like that. So we're gonna do let response equal to verify token. Verify token going to be a function which we going to put it in verification .js. So we're going to send request.body dot access token. This one that we send from here. Okay, then why don't we create that first? Okay, let me see first. Let me see. Yeah, why don't we create that first? So go to verification. We're going to create verify token for logout. This one should be verify user for tasking. So inside a verification, we're going to verify function verify token. We receive access token. Inside of here, we're going to return JWT dot, we're going to verify access token that we pass with the process dot env dot secret key, which also gonna do error and user, maybe just user, something like that. Open, and then we're gonna, if error, then we're going to return message of unsuccessful, unsuccessful. Else we're going to return, if it's not error, then we will return message of successful together with the user ID, which is equal to user dot underscore ID. Okay, that's before that we need to export it. Verify token. See if inside of here we need to export a verification constant. Oh no, constant verify token or require controller verification. Save. Okay. Then if verify is unsuccessful, meaning that has error, meaning that the access token is not valid. So what we're gonna do next is we're going to basically change the status in the blacklist. We're going to change the status in the blacklist over here. 0 for still login, 1 for logout. So we're going to change to 1. So since we already verified the token, if we verify the token and the token is still valid, then we're able to retrieve the user ID. But if the token is not valid, then we only have access token to do the finding uh, from the database, right? So the first one, if unsuccessful, then we're going to use access token as our condition to find which array in the blacklist match the access token that we have. So if response dot message equal to unsuccessful, then what we're gonna do, basically we're gonna uh, update or status in blacklist to 1 for confirm logout. So we're gonna do all dot we're gonna find 1, and also at the same time we're going to update. Okay, so the first one should be blacklist dot access token request dot body dot access token, and then second one should be we're gonna change the value for the status. So it's basically we're going to set new value blacklist dot status equal to 1. And then next what we're going to do is this is for array of documents, so we need to use element.match. So element match equal to access token equal to request dot body dot access token. Save. And then data equal to res rs.json, we're gonna send a message back to the home page. We're gonna send a message of successful, and we're gonna send data equal to data. If error, then what we're gonna do is error res dot json also. A message what we're gonna send is unsuccessful, error. Okay, he verifies. Okay, then to do else. Update status at least one. This should be the same. This should be all dot update one. This one we don't need to. Yeah, update one. This should be gonna use ID, since if the token still active, then we go. If the token still active, then we have this user ID. So response dot user ID, comma, and also we're gonna use blacklist dot access token. So we have two where condition. We find it by the ID of user, and we also find it by the access token. Request dot body access token, comma. This should be set should be blacklist dot s dot status 1. And then we're gonna do 1, and then error, and also success, gonna be arrow function, where if error, then we're going to return res dot json message equal to unsuccessful, basically the same as above. And we're also gonna send error else we're going to return res dot json message equal to successful, and equal to data equal to success. See, okay, that's all. Not yet in the home page. Yeah, I think that's all in home page. So basically we can test it right now. Why don't we test it? So basically if we go back here, and we can see that let me check storage. We do have local storage because we didn't yet. So make sure you clear this local storage first. Clear this first, guys. Clear it first. should be no. We're going to start from the scratch. So basically this blacklist, this is the improper way of you to log out, right? Because the status is still 0. We're going to keep track which one of the access token, or basically the blacklist is array of 0 right now. We know for sure that this person is actually still not properly logged out. If they properly log out, then the status should be 1. So why don't we see right now, if we test it right now, check local storage should be 0, any Gmail, any password 123, get inside. Oh, what just happened? Okay, something just happened. It suddenly just right away exited. Okay, it's working, turning to 1, but why does it right? Let me check the home page. Oh, we need to make sure that this logout button inside document dot we need to make sure it's inside at event listener of click, right? So that's why it was right away. uh, we need to put all these inside document.query. My bad. Okay, we should do something like document dot query selector, and then we should choose logout, ID of logout, right? Okay, ID of logout. Okay, then add event listener of click and event like that. Then these all should be inside of this. Save. Then this way, it will not automatically log us out. We need to push the logout button first before we actually log out. So why don't we try again? Check the local storage, should be 0. Email. Just remember that you can log out even though the session already expired. So any password. Okay, you're the homepage. Click logout. Okay, logout. So then local storage is not going to be there, or we're going to try again. Any password 123. We check local storage. It's there. Click on logout. Then local storage again. It's not there. So basically, we try to log out like 2 times already, meaning that we have like 4 that list right now. You can see the first one is not properly logged out. That's why it's 0. This one is automatically log out just now because we didn't yet put the add event listener of click. And these two right now working just fine, and also this. So why don't we delete this all first, because it will be much more update for now. So right now we already finished. When we go back to our README, we already finished this part. Verify also this part also, and this part. And next we're going to handle the token access deny. So we know for sure that if we try to go right in the home page, if we try to go here, it's going to give us access denied. So we're going to basically handle the access denied. Instead of showing us this access denied, we're going to create a page, or basically going to have gonna give us an option whether the user want to continue to log in or they want to log out. So if they want to continue to log in, then we need to create a new access token for that user. If they want to log out, then we just need to update the status in our blacklist to be from 0 to 1, right? Like the way that we do just now. So go back to your README. So basically, we're going to handle the token access denied. Like I just show you just now, instead of showing the JSON message, we want to handle that access denied. If no data in local storage, then we're gonna go back to login page. If have data in local storage, then all this you can read it by yourself. But anyway, I'm gonna show you in the coding part. So basically, you don't have to worry much about that. You're gonna know that for sure. So let's get right. So before continuing on uh, handle token access denied, why don't I give you or basically tell you guys the reason why I put status in here. And also, if we go back to home.js, we also create a local storage where inside of that local storage of the browser, we also have status over here. So, what is the mean of the status inside uh, our blacklist in our database? Save whenever we save, we're going to save also the status of this is going to be default to 0, right? And at the same time, whenever uh, user trying to log in, once they're able to log in, then inside the homepage itself, we're going to store uh, session basically uh, and the info of the access token that being accessed by the login user, and also we give them status of 1. So what is the meaning of this status inside the browser, and also the status inside our database? Why we put it as default as 0, and this one why we put it as default as 1? So let me clarify. First thing, go to your schema model. So basically, status inside of here is to track. Basically, is to track whether the user is log out or still in a phase of login. Doesn't matter whether their access token already expired. Still, they can use this access token. Not this access token. Let's say if this access token is already expired, but the status of the token still is not updated, meaning that if it stays 0, then meaning that that person that tried to log in is still logged in. It's just that their access to the content of the website already expired, since their token access token expired, right? So if their status is still at 0, meaning that they can still use their refresh token to get a new access token. So that's how it works. Basically, this status is to keep track whether the user is still login or already log out. So if the user is log out, we're going to change the status, going to be 1 instead of 0. So if the status already changed to 1, let's say the user already log out, then the status is going to be, we change the status to be 1 already, right, in the database. So let's say if anyone out there who basically want to log in as the uh, uh, let's say user A already log into the system and already log out to the system. So basically, this user A, their status is going to be 1, right? Since they already this A guy already log out. So their the A guy refresh token and also access token cannot be accessed anymore. Since they already confirm, since this A guy already confirmed logout. So what if there's gone this B guy who I don't know how they get the access token, or maybe even the refresh token of the A guy. Even if this B guy take this refresh token and also access token and try to log in as an A guy, it's not going to work, since we're going to basically check the access token uh, validity and also the refresh token validity through this block of uh, array blacklist. So if this B guy get access to the access token and also refresh token, and then they try to log in as this A guy, then we're going to check whether this refresh and access token in this blacklist database, whether the status already still 0 or 1. If it's 1, then the access and refresh token is not valid anymore. So this B guy cannot enter as the A guy. But if somehow this B guy get access token or refresh token of this A guy, when the status is still 0, we still have security to secure or basically block that kind of uh, thinking or intention. So this complete, let me get back to README. So this complete setup where we handle the access denied, and also we also going to be handle the invalid token part. You're going to see how it works from there. So from this blacklist status, basically this status is to make sure the confirmation of the logout itself. If 0, uh, the user is still logged in, it's not complete logout. Doesn't matter if the access token already expired. Uh, if it's 1, then it means that uh, the user already confirmed logout. So the access token and also refresh token cannot be used anymore. So that's the status inside the blacklist. And how about the status inside our browser? What does status equal to 1 means and status equal to 0 means? So inside our browser, this status over here is to keep track on whether the user uh, is oh, my bad, whether the user is still using valid token, is not a valid token or invalid token. So basically, if it's still 1, meaning that the token is still valid. Valid means it's not yet expired. But if the token 0, that means the token already expired, the access token. If you look back in our auth.js, you can see that in our login router, post router, we create 2 token, access token and refresh token. Access token we create with an expire. Basically, it will going to be expired in 5 seconds or whatever time you put in here. And refresh token, we don't have any expiration. So basically, if this one expire, then you can use this one to make a new access token. That's why we basically create 2 type of token, 2 kind of token, access token and also refresh token. But inside our browser, we only the user only able to access. Basically, we're going to store only the access token. So if this access token still valid or is not yet expired, then the status is going to be 1. Once the token is expired, then we're going to change the status equal to 0. So basically, if you try to get into the home page like directly, let's say we go back to our this one. Let's say you try to get to the home page and you know that home page going to you need to pass the access token, right? And this is going to be the token until over here. You need to pass this access token, and then this is the access token. If this access token is already expired, then we're going to update inside our local storage over here. Go back to our code. Then the local storage is going to be 0 over here. If it's 0, then whenever if that person trying to access this, then it's going to be access invalid token, like it said over here. It's going to be invalid token since that token already expired, right? So if the token, let me remind you guys again, status equal to 1, meaning that the token is still active, not yet expired. But if the status equal to 0, then the token already expired or already expired. And it's going to return you invalid token. So this status inside the web browser is to keep track on validity of the token itself, while the status inside our database is to keep track on the uh, confirmation of the logout of the user. 0 equals to the user is still logged in. Uh, if status equal to 1, then meaning that the user already confirmed logout. So that's that. Okay, with that out of the way, why don't we start our next task? Gonna be, we're going to handle token access deny. So what we're gonna do here, if no data in storage, then back to login page. If have data in local storage, then check ticket one, go home. Let me, okay, create invalid token route, create another token route. Let me see this first. Whether we go back to home, no, this our home.ejs. So inside our home.ejs, we have logout and we also have local storage. We go back to our verification. So inside our verification, if we try to verify user, if the user do not don't have the access token, then we reply the message with access denied, right? So basically, if you go here and try to go home, then we're gonna get access denied. So we're going to handle this information right now. So instead of displaying access denied like here, why don't we create a page? Or basically, we don't have to create a page. We're going to redirect user to the login page, since they cannot access the home page before login, right? So I don't think there's a use for us to create a page only for access denied. So why don't we do that right now? So basically, instead of doing access denied over here, instead of giving message of access denied, why don't we copy this first, copy, and then we're going to comment it. Instead of res.json, why don't we render? We're going to render page, where the page going to be under view of folder, and then we're going to name the page as access denied. And save that and go to your starter folder, and under auth folder, view folder, under view folder going to be auth folder, right? So under auth folder, create a new file and name it as access denied.ejs. Okay, once you do that, in here gonna be fairly simple. We're going to basically redirect user to whatever step that we're going to do next. So basically, we're going to do, if no data in local storage, we're going to check our local storage. If there's no data in local storage, then basically we're going to back to login page. If have data in local storage, then we're going to check the status. If it's 1, meaning that the user have valid token, right? So then we go back to home page. If it's 0, then we're going to redirect to invalid token route. So this one we're going to handle the invalid token. So inside of here, we don't need anything to display here. So basically, we're going to go straight to our script. So inside our script, we're going to do first. We're going to we're going to check if there is basically uh, if there is no data in local storage. So if local storage dot lang, so basically we're going to use lang to see whether if it's equal to 0, meaning that there's no data. So we're going to go back to login page, right? Then window dot location dot replace, this is gonna be just off. This is our login page, right? Why do we go back and see home? Yeah, just slash auth gonna be our login page. So else we gotta check the status. So else what we're gonna do here is basically this one gonna if uh, there's if there is data in local storage, if you can spell it right, storage. So basically if status equal to 1, then what we're gonna do is basically we're going to check first JSON dot parse local storage dot get item from user session, and then gonna check the status. If it's equal to 1, then what we're gonna do is basically back to home page, meaning that the token is still valid. That's why we redirect this user back to the home page if that user status it's equal to 1. So basically we're going to replace, we're going to send them back to the home page. Home page gonna be just slash, it's gonna be home page, but if we going to direct back user to home page, then we need the access token, right? So access token equal to I should use backticks. So I should use backticks here equal to JSON. So why don't I just copy up here? This time we're going to pass access token. Access token. Save. So else, what we're gonna do is basically this one gonna be if status equal to 0, then what we're gonna do is go to invalid token page. Should put this on invalid token page. So we're going to redirect user to invalid token page. Why? Because the status equal to 0. Then inside this invalid token page, we're going to give the user the option whether they want to continue on stay logged in or basically they want to log out. So inside of invalid token page, where we're going to use our second token, which is our refresh token, to make or generate a new access token for the user that want to continue stay logged in. So basically inside of here, we're going to redirect user or send user to this URL also of invalid token. So inside of here gonna be auth and invalid token. And obviously we're going to create this route over here to display our page of invalid token, right? So over here, instead of we will receive a message of access denied, basically we're going to uh, go back to your verification.js. So basically, before, whenever user try to enter a page or basically the home page without log in, they gonna be they're going to get a reply of access denied, right? A message of access denied. But right now we already uh, redirect user. So basically, it's not redirect. We already render a page for the user. If user get access denied, it will not display a message of access denied, but instead they will be brought to a page of access denied. So they will be brought to here, and then we're going to check the local storage. If the local storage is 0, meaning that the local storage is empty, then we're going to redirect that user to the login page. Why don't we try this first? So let's say right now we check our local storage is empty, right? So if the user trying to get inside the homepage, if I click enter here, uh, before we're gonna get message of access denied, right? So right now, if I click enter, we will actually be uh, redirect back into this homepage, this login page again. So basically, there's gonna be no changes. I hit enter now. Yeah, it's working. Go back again. Yeah, it's working. Meaning that our page over here is working. But right now, we're going to set up this next, our invalid token. So go back to your README. So basically, handle token access denied. We did that. If no local storage, we check that. If they have data, we we check our status. And right now we're going to create our invalid token route. And after creating the route, we're going to render invalid token page. So basically, we're going to create invalid token page also. So hit save, go back to our auth, or basically our wait, wait. If we go back to our SSD9, we're going to redirect user that has status of 0, meaning that their token is not valid anymore to this route, right? So we need to create this route in auth invalid token. So go to your auth.js. So inside auth.js, we're going to create an wait, let me see. We're going to create invalid token. We're going to create invalid token get route. So this router, basically we're going to use get, and inside of here gonna be invalid token. Yeah, invalid token gonna be sing. If you don't put a sing, basically nothing. Rest. Since we don't use any database inside of here, inside of this router, we're just going to render our auth invalid token. Hit save. Okay, and then we need to create this page, right? Invalid token page. Go to your view under auth folder. We're going to create a new file, invalid token.ejs. hit enter. So for our invalid token.ejs, okay, what are we going to do here? So before that, before we forget, let's go back to our verification.js. Verification.js. So basically, up here, if we check we going to verify user. If the user don't have access token, then we're going to basically render access denied page, right? If they do have token, and then after we verify the access token, if the token is still active, then we're going to call next. Basically, if we go back to home.js, it's going to run home, basically render home, right? But if the token is not valid, then instead of sending message of invalid token, like what we did just now, we try to have access token over here. Yeah, we do just now right here, and then we get invalid token. Instead of sending this message over here, what we're gonna do is basically change this to redirect us to this route over here, like what happened in our uh, access denied EJS, right? We redirect user to this URL. So basically, we're going to do the same thing over here. So instead of rest.json, what we're going to do is basically we're going to rest.redirect auth dot invalid token. So basically we're going to redirect this user, if they have invalid token, meaning that their token already expired, we're going to redirect to this URL. Basically this URL will render invalid token page, which what we're going to do now. So inside our invalid token page, first we're going to create, basically we're going to give the option for the user if they want to stay login or they want to log out. So we need to give a button, right? Two buttons, one for continue login or and another one for log out. So why don't we create that? So we're going to create a div. Inside of that div, we're going to have h1, basically saying that your session has expired, something like that. And we're going to basically guide them, choose your options, and under the option we're going to have two things. This is going to be ID of continue. We don't need the href continue, then this is going to be continue, copy, and another one going to be logout. This should change to logout. In that, why don't we try to go to our invalid token page? Let me go back here, auth.invalid token page. Your session already expired. Choose your option, continue logout. I think we need to style it a little bit better. So what we're gonna do is basically a bit simple style. Of course, position is gonna be relative, and then we're gonna have a minimum height of 100 ph. Also, we're going to display flags, and flags flow gonna be column. I'm going to justify content be center and also align the item center. Then our A tag gonna be position and also relative. But before that, let us see first. Okay, centered already. And our color, our text color gonna be white. We're going basically make it look like a button, right? So we're gonna have a padding of top and down 8 px pixel, 8 px pixel. Left and right gonna be 15 pixel. Border radius gonna be like before. We're going to put 5 pixel and cursor gonna be pointer. Let us see. Okay. We need to put the background color, right? Each for continue, we have 2 buttons. We continue and also log out. So continue button background color gonna be some other colors. So continue button, we're gonna put color of what color should we put? What if we go back to our login page? Login. So we're going to use this blue color over here, I think. Copy. This is gonna be our. It's not color. It should be background color. Background color. And for our logout, we're gonna put the red color like we put in our home.js. Home.ejs. It's home.ejs. Our logout button. So this one. Copy. This is gonna be our logout color. Okay. Simple. We're gonna stick with that. So basically saying session has expired. Choose your options. You want to continue or you want to log out. And I think we could separate them a little bit with the TPX maybe. Yep, that looks more better. So this gonna be our button, but of course the button is not going to work just yet. We need to do the script part next. So the script, what we're gonna do here, why don't we go back to our readme.md. So basically we already create an invalid token route and we also already create the page. Next we're going to create button to allow user. Yeah, we already create that. Continues to stay login. And also if you scroll down, we have logout to stay logout, right? So for continues to stay login, we don't yet finish that. So we're going to add an event listener to invalidated current user token status to equal to 0. We're going to check the status if equal to 1. We're going to redirect back user to the homepage, meaning that their token still active. If the status is equal to 0, then basically their token already expired and already invalidate. So basically we're going to give a new access token. How? We're going to give a new access token by using their refresh token. So if successful, then update new access token, create refresh token post route. So we're going to do this part over here first. We're going to do the continue if the user want to continue. So inside of here, first we're gonna do is as always we're going to check whether the local storage is empty or not. So we're going to check the local storage dot length more than 0. If it's more than 0, meaning that it's half data. If it's not more than 0, then basically so why don't we go do that first. Else what we're gonna do is basically wait. Let me check first. Let me check first. Okay. So basically inside of here, if we go back to SS9, we're gonna check if there is data inside of here. That and if there is no data in local storage, right? Okay. If there is no data, then basically we're going to redirect user back to the login page. So if equal to 0, then we're going to redirect back user to the login page. Yep, something like that. Then inside of here, we're going to do the event listener for continue. If I can spell it right, for continue button. And this is going to be the first one. The second one will be event listener for logout button. Why don't we do the logout part first? I think we should do the logout part first, since we already do the logout part in home.ejs, right? So we already do this here. If working, then it's gonna be here. I think the logout that we have here is gonna be the same as or we're going to copy this. Why don't we just copy this? Copy. Copy this. And then we're going to bring this inside of here. This should be indented a little bit. So it's going to be something like this. If user want to log out, basically going to go through the same involvement over here. We already do that part, so this one is done already. So why don't we cross check with our README? So for our logout, add event listener logout, fetch call to logout post route. So basically the same thing that we do up. The same thing that we do over here, right? Here post route, we're going to verify if successful, if unsuccessful. So basically this is the same thing over here. Then we can continue doing the login, because this login part, if the user want to still login, then we need to create a new access token for that user using the refresh token that they already have. So that's going to be a little bit long. So so inside of here, if the user want to continue, so basically we're going to do the same thing, document.query selector, then this is going to be continue, should be continue dot add event listener of same click, and then we're gonna have event of arrow function. So inside of that, what we're gonna do next is basically at event listener, we're going to invalidate the current user's token to test the status equal to 0. So since we're going to create this user want to continue, right? So basically this user current access token already expired, meaning that already invalid. So right now in our local storage, the status is still 0, meaning that the status is still 1, meaning that the access token is still valid. But inside of here, if they want to continue, we need to invalid the access token that they have right now. Basically, we're going to update the status equal to 0. So this one, we're going to basically copy this one. It should be a comment. We're going to invalid. So basically, how we're going to invalid? So basically, we're going to update the content of the local storage itself. So user session, and then JSON dot stringify. So inside of here, our access token gonna be the current access token right now that that uh that already expired. User session dot access token, and we're going to update the status to be 0. Don't forget to put comma. You need to put comma here. So we're going to update the status to 0, meaning that uh, the token that they're using right now already invalid. Right? That's how we keep track. Like like I mentioned to you guys earlier, what is the meaning of status inside our local storage, and what are also the meaning of status inside our database blacklist array, right? So next thing that we need to do is we're going to check the status if it's equal to 1. Copy. We're going to check the status. If it's equal to 1, then if JSON, why don't we copy this? So instead of access token, we're going to change to status. If the status equal to 1, then what we're gonna do is basically redirect back user to the home page. So basically we're going to copy this, copy. We're going to redirect user back to the home page. I think we already have this one. Go back to your home. We don't have that one. Or in access denied. Should be, yeah, this one. Copy over here. Save. Access token. Direct. Else copy if it's equal to 0, meaning that 1 is basically token still valid. 0 basically token already invalid or expired. So if it's expired, then what we need to do is basically go to our README, add event listener. Okay, for continue, we already invalidate with the check status and send back homepage. If 0, we're going to give new access token. So we're going to get new access token. So copy this, give new access token. So what we're going to do is basically we're going to do refresh token, right? How we going to do refresh token? We're going to do a fetch call. So basically we're going to go to this new route which we're going to create, refresh token, and this new route. So method I'm gonna be post, of course, and our body gonna be JSON dot stringify. Oh, my bad. Stringify. So inside of here, we're going to basically send the access token. So we're going to copy this over here. Copy. We're going to send the access token with the headers of uh, content. It should be string content type equal to application slash JSON header. Then res equal to res dot JSON, and then again, and if there is data, then what we're gonna do with that data is basically check the message equal to 1. So inside of here, what we basically gonna do is wait, let me see. Okay, it should be this one. If successful, then update new access token and status in local storage. This is what we're gonna do. So basically, we're going to copy this. If successful, and another one if unsuccessful. Copy. If it's unsuccessful. These two basically, this is for our web browser, and also this is for our web browser. So basically, if we get the response where, let's say, if this one if successful, right? If data is our response that we get from the this route over here, which we didn't yet create that, but we're going to create that route. We're going to see the message. Why don't we do the route part first? I think it's gonna be much more easier there. And last but not least, we also need to have catch, right? So inside of a catch, gonna be I think it's gonna be simple, just something like going to console log to see whether there is any error. So why don't we create our auth refresh token first? We go back to our auth and invalid token. We're going to create our basically our refresh token post router. So inside of here, gonna be router post, and gonna be name is refresh token. Yeah, refresh token. Just copy it, just to make sure I didn't spell it wrong. And this should be a sync of request response arrow function. Inside of here, what we're gonna do, go back to our readme. We create a refresh token post route. Okay, check the state access token availability. So we're going to check the access token availability. Just copy this, comment this. We're gonna do let access token equal to request dot body dot access token. And we're going to check the basically we're going to check the query of the token itself. So basically access token equal to null. If it's equal to null, then we're going to return rest the status 400. We don't need rest the status 400. We just go with rest the JSON message of access token null. Then what we need to do next is basically update status of access token in DB. So we already checked. Second thing that we're going to do is basically we're going to compare query. We're going to compare query access token, the token that we receive from the request the body, access token in our DB, and basically retrieve that token, retrieve the refresh token. Refresh token, if basically only status equal to 0 return. So basically we're going to get let data equal to wait all the find and update. So inside of here, what we're gonna do first is basically black list the access token. Gonna be our access token that we get from the request the body, and next should be our going to set basically change the data inside of here. Our blacklist dot need dot status if I can spell it right, status equal to 1. And since it is an array, then we need to use element match. So element match equal to access token dot access token. Then from there we're gonna have our refresh token gonna be our data dot let list 0 dot refresh token. So this is gonna be our refresh token. The third thing that we're gonna do is basically verify the token. We need to verify the token next. Verify the refresh token. If successful, then generate access token. Update and save new token into DB. Return back fetch call made from the valid token. If unsuccessful, then return unsuccessful message. Okay. So instead of here, what we're going to do is we're going to verify refresh token that we get. Basically, we retrieve from the database from DB. How to JWT? We're going to verify the refresh token process dot env secret key and comma gonna be error user. So inside of here we're gonna do if If there is an error, basically if unsuccessful, then we're going to return res.json message equal to unsuccessful invalid refresh token. Spell it right. Invalid refresh token, something like that. And fourth thing that we're going to do, we're going to create if successful. If successful, we're going to generate new access token. Copy. Successful. First, we're going to create new access token for user. And next, we're going to update and save. So basically, we're going to update and save new access token in DB. And the last thing that we're going to do is return back fetch call. So we're going to return back fetch call to invalid token page, right? So if successful, we're going to create new. So constant access token equal to go back to our login. So this one, JWT.sign, copy, paste it here. Oh, why don't we create create a function, right? It's going to be a lot more easier. So instead of having this and also having one in our login, so why don't we go to your verification, verification.js. Then inside our verification.js, why don't we create one more, generate access token. So we're going to create a function of generate access token using user ID. We're going to use user ID as our payload. So we're going to return. Basically, we're going to return this. Copy should be this sign, and this should be a user ID. Save. And also we're going to export that generate access token, and we're going need to import over here. And instead of using this over here, why don't we copy it? Why don't we just let me see. Yeah, why don't we just this one we send the user ID, right? Why don't we just generate access token, and we need to send the user ID, yeah? User underscore, is it that? Underscore ID. Yep. Where we get this user underscore ID is from here. Whenever we use verify, we're going to verify the user. We get this data over here, this user data. It's basically our user. So if you want to get the user ID, it's going to be user.id. If you try to console log, this user is going to console log all the information about the user that basically you registered the token from. So that's how is it. Then I think this should be the same with what we have over here, right? This is going to be much more simpler. Yeah, let's just paste this over here. This one should be copy, should be over here. So we're going to use generate user access account, access token. There. It's easy because it's used the same thing, right? That's why we create a function to handle that kind of thing. So we create the new access token, and then we need to update and save them inside our database. So this is going to be the same as our login. So why don't we just copy all of these, copy, and just dump it right here. Oh, I bet it's going to be the same, but this one should be user ID, access token, refresh token. Okay, access token, refresh token, last update, date time string, wait, we use this refresh token over here to create a new access token, right? So this new access token, we're able to create from this refresh token. Do we need a new? Yeah, I don't think so. We just, okay, this good. And our response should be, this one should be inside of here. We're going to do over here. So basically, not redirect. We're going to use rest.json message of successful, and we're going to send the access token also, the new access token. And the error should be trouble unsuccessful trouble saving token, like that. So go back to our invalid token. So basically, we do a fetch call. If it's successful, then what we're gonna do basically, if it's successful, let me see. If it's successful, meaning that this one, we're gonna have the access token, right? A new access token. If it's unsuccessful, we're gonna get a message of this or this one. So we're gonna do if data dot message equal to successful. Then what we're gonna do is basically, the first one is update a new access token and status in local storage. New access token that we get here, and also status should be equal to 1. That means token still valid. Yeah, because this is a new access token, right? The second thing should be, we're going to redirect user back to home page since they want to continue with the new access token, or else we're going to kill all tokens in local. So, or basically, why don't we just do that first page? So basically, one over here, we're gonna do the same thing that we do over here. Copy, paste. Yes, in the past, this should be data dot access token, and this one should be one. And next thing, back to home page should be, do we have it here? Do we have it here? No. Oh yeah, do have it here. Copy home page. Uh, else else this should be in else. What we're gonna do is basically we're going to empty the local storage and send back and send the user back to uh, login page, right? So we're going to copy this, paste them down here. So basically, if this fetch call fail, basically if it give us uh, the access token is uh, first, if it's fail, meaning that there's no access token. If there's no access token, then this one should be we should put unsuccessful also. So basically, this all unsuccessful message, basically if there's no token sent when we make this fetch call, then it's gonna go this way. It's going to empty all the local storage that we have right now and send the user back to the login page. And if we're trying to verify the refresh token, if it's failed there, basically the refresh token is not valid, then it's going to return unsuccessful invalid refresh token. So this one also going to go here. And the last one, if we're trying to update or the new access token inside our DB, if it's failed, you're going to return a message of unsuccessful trouble saving token into DB, then it's going to go here also. So the only one that going to go successful is when we able to save it, and also we already create a new access token. So that's where we will go here, access token over here. So why don't we try them first? So go back to our README. So basically we able to check the availability of the token, refresh token, status already verify. If successful, we already generate new update in database, return a fetch call, and also done that. So we're able to finish our complete setup. Why don't we try them now? So we go back to auth, check our local storage. Why don't we go to our database? Let us see our database first. Wait, to takes some time. So before we knew that if we go to homepage, we're gonna get access in that. But right now, the system already redirect us straight to the login page since we don't have any local storage, right? We don't have anything here. That's why it redirect us to the login page. And also, we already configured the invalid token page where we give the option for the user whether they want to continue login or basically they want to what you call it as log out. So we're going to test all that now. So if you go back to our database right now, we have a blacklist of 0 blacklists. Let me check back whether if it's still 0 or not. We have 0 blacklist right now. So why don't we try login, any email, any password. If you guys can remember, in our verification, whenever we create new access token, we're going to expire in 5 seconds, right? So we're going to test that now. So any password 123. So if you click on refresh, it's going to bring us to the invalid token page where we give the option of uh, choosing whether you want to continue or log out, meaning that your session already has expired. We look in our storage, we didn't yet change our length to be 1 to invalid the token, but we know for sure that the token already invalid, right? Once we hit continue, if we go back to our uh, coding right now, this one is for continue, right? If we hit our continue button, then we'll update the status. Right now, uh, it's our database that knows the invalid token already, the token already invalidated since it's already expired 5 seconds. So if let's say right now we know for sure that this token already invalid, right? So why don't we you go to your uh, database and we're going to check and see blacklist. We already have one. We know that this status is 0, meaning that the user still able to log in. It's just that their access token as that it doesn't matter whether they are access token or they expired or not expired. We know that the user is not yet logged out completely. So double click on your access token, copy, just copy the access token for now, and then don't click anything. We're just going to try and go to the home page with the access token that we have right now. Delete the access token that up here, paste the access token that you copied from the uh from your database and hit enter. It will bring you back to this expired session over here, because they know the system already know that your token already expired. So from here, you have the option of log out and continue. Okay, we can see that right now, and you can see that our status is 0, right? So if I click on logout, it will bring us back to login page, and we know for sure that our local storage in our browser already been emptied since we did that in our system. And if we go back here 0, it will change to 1 since we already confirmed logout. Go to 1 right now. So that's what we did. So go back here and we're going to test our continue button. Any Gmail, any password 123. So refresh. After 5 seconds, going to expire it, and then we try to click continue. Okay, nothing happened. Let me see. We have an error over here. At path ID model, we got an error saying that we this error is quite long. Blacklist token. Okay, fail at value, and the promise rejection. Wait. Unhandle cast error, cast object ID fail for value. Blacklist access token. So we're going to go back to our auth and we're going to check our refresh token over here. We have the user dot underscore ID, and then we have a push access token new update one, theory update and options. Okay, or over here. Do we have something wrong over here? Blacklist access token, blacklist status dot status access token. Mm, let me see. What did go wrong over here? Okay, I don't see anything wrong. Path ID. Uh, go back here. Underscore. Okay. Should go. Let me pause the video first, and if I find the answer, then I will go back to you guys. Okay, I already found what makes the error. So basically, it's just saying that it didn't have the catch option whenever it encounter an error. So right now, what we have over here, uh, actually we need to do then, and also we need to do dot catch over here, basically. But we skip them. Still going to run just fine, but it didn't have the option to know whether give us the error, but it didn't have the option to know to bring us where after the error accounted. So actually, it's not find by ID, it's find one and update. So hit save, and then the error is gonna go away. Go back to our over here, hit refresh, and we know that right now our local storage is still there. Let's try hit continue. Yep, it brings us back to the home page. Hit refresh, then it's gonna do the same as before because we only have the expiration time for 5 seconds, right? So right now we hit log out. So empty, go back to our database and hit refresh. See our blacklist, and we already have a bunch of them already. Since we every time we every time our access token expired and we hit continue, it will create a new array of a block of array containing new access token. So basically what we're going to do here, uh, we're going to create a new, basically what you know here, the status is already equal to 1, so meaning that all the status that says 1, meaning that all this information user already log out completely. So if you try to use the SS token over here and refresh token over here to log in, then it's not going to work. But right now, it's still going to work. So let's say, uh, let's just go back to our page over here, go to our README. So basically, in our we already did the simple setup, which we know by now. The simple setup where we only do just a bit of it. We don't do refresh token. We don't do the status, all the status that are going to represent whether the token is invalid, whether the user already completely log out. So that's where we do our complete setup, right? So inside our complete setup, we do all the thing that makes the system works. So basically, we handle the access deny, where the user gonna go, and what if the user have invalid token, what option that we're gonna give the user, they're able to continue stay login, or they want to log out. So that's what we do. uh but we have another last step, which I think is the, if we don't do this, then we don't entirely able to make the systems secure. If we look back in our database, we have status of one, right? Meaning that the user already completely logged out. So what if like the scenario that I give you guys earlier, what if this let's say we have a user A. So this user A already uh, uh, this user A login into this system, and he or she already log out. So meaning that their status uh, already turns to one, right? So meaning that their access token cannot be used, and also their refresh token cannot be used. So why don't we test that? What if we take this over here, copy, and then we go back here, and then we try to get inside our base. And once I hit enter, what what do you guys think will happen? We know for sure that the status of one in our database means that status of one in our database means that that uh, this already user A already successfully log out or completely log out from the system. But in our system right now, we know for sure that this access token already expired, right? If I hit enter now, we know that our system we treat this expired token. If we go to invalid token, it will check the local storage is not zero, right? Because we have local storage, or we don't have local storage anymore. But since we send the data, so let's say we enter, you know, you can see just just for a moment that will bring us back to the login page. Why? Because we don't have value inside of it. Even though we pass the access token, the expired access token, it cannot bring us to the and stay on the login, basically invalid token page. Because in this invalid token page, we first we check the local storage is if we have any local storage or not. Since we don't have any local storage inside here, that's why it will bring us back to the login page, right? So what if we create a dummy local storage inside of it? What if you somehow you know user A access token? Or what if I right now I'm a user B? So as a user B, I crack into user A, and I know his or she her or her access token. So the way I do that is basically I'm gonna create a session, which this session I'm gonna access token. Oh no, not this, not this. What if I do something like, what if I go back here I copy the access token over here, copy, and then just for example's sake, copy over here, and I'm going to change the status equal to 1 because I know already that this access token already expired, and I'm going to change the status equal to 1 because status equal to 1 in web browser, it means that that access token is not yet expired. So we're going to copy this, but don't save it. Just copy that, go back to your login page, paste that, and hit enter. Now, if you see our local storage, we already have a local storage inside of it, which we manually create them. And then copy this again. What if we go inside of here and then we paste the access token over here? What do you think will happen? Since we already have this, what basically gonna happen? We're going to pass this like flying colors, right? We have this local storage is not empty because we already put them inside of here manually. And then we able to choose whether we then we're going to we're able to get inside this page. We're able to choose whether we want to continue or we want to log out. That's what going to happen. Basically, if we basically the page, we're going to be able to access the page, and then after that it's going to check our status equal to 1. If our status equal to 1, we're able to get into the home page. So basically what we do here, we already changed the status equal to 1, meaning that we're going to pass here, and then we're going to create we're going to click on continue button, which going to change our status equal to 0. So basically we're not going to be able to go to the home page right away, but we will be able to create a new refresh token based on the token, based on the thing that we do over here manually. So basically we end up able to get into the system anyhow. So basically let's just hit enter. See, you're able to get into the page. You still have your local storage over here. If I hit this continue, I will be able to go to the home page. Yep, we're able to go to the home page even with the access token that already uh being expired. We able to get into the home page. So you can see that we still have flaw in our system. So just hit logout. Right now we don't have anything, but if we go back here, we know for sure right now we already have 1 0 1 2 3 entry, right? But since we able to get inside the system using and the what we call as the hacking way of to use the manually way, then gonna be another entry over here, the fourth entry. Gonna be same. We're able to get into the system, even even if we have the invalid access token. Just that we don't need the refresh token. We just need the access token. So how can we make the system become more secure? So that's way that's how go to your readme.md. So this secure setup, we're going to make sure that user B will be unable to use access token. Uh, I mean that invalid access token to enter user A as a user A. So basically what we're going to do here, we're going to add a fetch call to check valid token in invalid token page. So basically, we're going to do another fetch call inside our invalid token page. After user click on continue, basically after user click on continue, what we're going to do is we're going to check the status. If the status equal to 1, so basically we're going to give them the access or to go to the home page. which basically if we do it normally like we do just now, we do it like manually, we put the status equal to 1 and we already have the user A access token. It's not going to go here. The reason is because we already invalidate the current user token to be status equal to 0. So they will not go here, but they will definitely go here. Uh, so how we basically going to change something that happened in here uh, to work around to make it more secure. So basically in README, basically when user hit continue button, we're going to check if the user already blacklisted. Then empty local storage and redirect user to the login page. If not blacklisted, then do refresh token fetch call. So basically, before we directly give access to the user get to basically give them a new access token or go to the refresh token route, basically this whole thing, we're gonna do another uh basically not part another step which we're going to check first if the access token already blacklisted or not. So how we going to check that? Simple. We're going to check that by going inside our database and check whether the status is 1 or 0. If the status is 1, that means that uh, the user already completely logged out, meaning that this one is already blacklisted. You cannot use the access token to get a new access token anymore. So we're going to check this value over here, status equal to 1. So meaning that if blacklisted, meaning that the status in our database is equal to 1. So if it's equal to 1, then we're going to empty local storage and redirect user back to the login page. So basically, why I said we need to empty local storage, we did that already. We did in here. We basically manually create the local storage. Right? We have the access token and also status equal to 1, which we manually create. So basically, if later we run a code which going to check the status inside our database, if it's equal to 1, then meaning that that person is trying to get inside the system with other person access token. So that's why if we found out that the status is equal to 1, meaning that that person is trying to impersonate or basically get inside the system using other people access token, then doesn't matter if they uh, basically manually create a local storage, we're going to end up emptying all the local storage that they put inside the web browser, and we're going to redirect them back to the login page. If let's say they do it again, then it's not going to they will never able to get inside the system because we are always going to cross check whether there's the access token already being blacklisted or not. If it's not blacklisted, then we will give them the access of to refresh token, basically get a new access token. The same thing with logout. We're going to do the same thing here just to make sure the system is secure. So why don't we move forward and like try to make this become more secure. So from here, what we're gonna do, instead of straight away we give access to the user to get a new access token, what we're gonna do here is basically cut this. We're going to do something. Oh, maybe just back. Maybe we just comment this first. Uh, what we're gonna do? Add fetch call. Copy. Basically, we're going to add fetch call. Which we basically going to check if access token is blacklisted or not. So how we going to do that? We're going to do a fetch call to a new route, basically auth that blacklist, where we're going to check whether the SS token is blacklist or not. Blacklist. Okay, this one should be method equal to post, and then we're going to send same thing. We're going to send JSON stringify. Just copy it. We're going to send the SS token, of course. Copy this. No. Copy this. And we're going to send also the headers. Should be content, spell it right, content type, application slash JSON. So then we're gonna do res equal to not equal res to arrow function res dot JSON. Then this is where we're gonna do data key. Nope, over here. And last thing gonna be our catch, right? We okay, supposed to be like that. So last thing gonna be our catch. Catch gonna be error, which is gonna console dot log error. Simple as that. So instead of here, what we're gonna do is basically if blacklisted, then empty local storage. So we're gonna do here, copy. Inside here, we're gonna do this. Oh, sorry, my bad. Not blacklisted, then we're going to do fetch call. Or if you do that something, we're gonna do if not blacklisted, then we're gonna do fetch call. If blacklisted, we're going to empty the local storage and redirect user back to the local page. So basically, what we're gonna do is we're going to check if data equal to message equal to not blacklisted, then what we're gonna do in here is basically all of this. Comment them, cut them all, go inside of here, paste them, and make sure they're all up, indent right. Okay. So basically, if it's not blacklisted, then we're gonna give them access to refresh token fetch call. So this is what's gonna happen inside of here. So if it's blacklisted, then empty the local storage and redirect user back to the login page. So basically, it's gonna be else. So cut this. It's gonna be else blacklisted. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna empty local storage, redirect back to user to home page. So basically, we're gonna do all of these. Paste them over here. Oh, supposed to be just this. Okay. We're going to empty the local storage and redirect them back to the login page. So what left to do is to make sure we're going to create this blacklisted over here, right? Auth, not there. Auth, we're gonna do this auth blacklist. So why don't we go to auth and go to blacklist. Next, we're going to do blacklist post route. Post, if I can spell it right. So gonna be routed dot post inside of here. Gonna be blacklist. Gonna be async verify res request or respond. Gonna be arrow function of. So first we're gonna do, you're gonna let get the access token. Request dot body dot access token. And the first thing that we're gonna do is check receive receive a query of access token availability. Sorry, my English is not that good. Okay, so we're gonna check access token. If it's equal to null, then we're going to return rest dot JSON. If it's equal to null, then we're going to return message and success full access token null. Just like that. And then the second thing would be get status of access token, basically to 0 equal to just 1 equal to completely I don't know how to spell log out L0 still login. So we're going to let data go to wait all the find one. This find one gonna be blacklist dot access token gonna be blacklist. Gonna use lm match, which lm match of stat access token to access token. Then what we're gonna do is let status equal to data dot blacklist 0 status, and then we're gonna check if status of access token. First, if status equal to 0, if it's equal to 0, then this is gonna be if status equal to 0, then we're gonna access token. Access token is not blacklisted. So we're going to return the rest dot JSON. We're going to get message of not blacklisted, and else access token is black listed or no access token, something like that. So this one should be if status equal to 1. Okay, we're going to return rest.json. This could be just anything because we only keep track of not blacklisted, right? Blacklisted or invalid access token. Save. Yep. Blacklist. So blacklist over here. Then we're gonna do the same thing for our logout. So instead of when people click on logout, we're going to check first. So this one, comment this all. We're gonna check if access token black listed or not. So we're gonna do the same thing as this one. Why don't we just copy this? Oh, and put the same comment over here. Over here. Then we're gonna copy all of this. Copy. Should be right. Copy all of this. All of this copy. Okay. Copy all of that. Blacklisted. So inside the refresh token, so if not blacklisted, we're gonna put this one. Comment then cut. So just replace this refresh token with logout. Okay. Then other than that, everything just gonna be the same. Okay, I think that's done. So why don't we go back here and we do the same thing as before. Why don't we try copy this, copy, go here, this, this, go back here, and then we're gonna create new manually local storage. we're going to do the same thing as before just to see whether this user B or me are able to access user A access token that already that user A already completely logged out from the system. So copy this again, and then we're going to try to go to the home page. So basically, before, if we do this, if I hit enter, it will bring us back to the invalid token page where we're going to have the option of login and log out, right? And then if I hit uh, log out, if I hit continue, then I'm able to get inside the home page again. Even if the access token already invalid, even if the user already completely logged out from the system. But right now, instead of give them access a right way to basically get a new access token, what we're going to do, we're going to check first in our blacklist array in our database whether the status equal to 1 or not. So basically, we're going to run this first. We're going to run this one first before we're going to give them a new access token. So inside of here, we're going to cross check whether the access token that I put manually inside of here in the database. Okay, I get the access token, and from there I will get the status. I will check the status. If status equal to 0, meaning that I'm still able to get inside using the user A status. But if the status equal to 1, then basically what's going to happen? So if its status equal to 0, basically I'm not blacklisted yet, right? So I'm able to create a new refresh token. But if the status equal to 1, then it will force to clear all the local storage and redirect me as a user B back to the home page, login page. So basically that's what we expect it to happen. So basically right now, if I hit enter, it will not bring me back to the home page, but it will not bring me back, so basically, if I hit enter, it will give me the ability to get into your session as expired. So from here, I will click continue. In the thinking of I'm able to get inside the homepage, but of course not. If I hit continue, it will bring me back to the login page since the status is equal to 1. That user A already complete logout from the system. That's how we able to make it more secure in our system. So guys, go back to your README. Basically, we're able to make this setup become more secure. We already add the fetch call, and on user continue button, we're able to make this and make this one also in the logout. So that's all for this implementation of JWT, JSON Web token based authentication process. So this is how basically right now I'm able to make my site more secure with token based authentication. So if you guys know any other way to do this implementation, then why not just leave a comment down below and notify me, or basically you can just contact me through my email or through my website. Again, this is my website. You can contact me through my lalapolalaa.com. And again, I'm going to update this blog right here. It's going to be the newest blog. It's going to be about JSON Web Token. So this late evening or maybe even tomorrow morning. So if you want to contact me, you able to go to the contact page and give your information and then contact me regarding anything about it. Or after I already update my blog post, you can go inside the blog post and maybe leave a comment below regarding the video itself or the article itself. If you want to add anything about JSON Web Token. So guys, I hope what I share with you guys about JSON Web Token. Basically, our uh, basically, let me check first. Basically, regarding our topic, simple JWT authentication. If you want to add anything or basically a new ways of not a new ways, a better way of implement JSON Web Token, then don't forget to leave a comment in description down below in this video, a YouTube video, or maybe like I said before, if you read through my blog post or article, then you can leave a comment there too. Or maybe even if you want to contact me directly, you can just email me uh, or just contact me through my own portfolio website. So that's all, guys. I hope whatever thing that I share with you guys here could be beneficial to you guys or could help you guys uh, basically do more secure authentication for your system. Doesn't matter if you use a session based or basically or token based like what I'm showing you guys, or share with you guys this authentication process. So anyhow, like always, thanks for being here. Thanks for listening. Thanks for uh, learning about learning together about JWT or token based authentication with me in this video. Until next time, ciao, salam.